are QR codes around that you can scan to get access to the live captions as well. Now, this is a drug, alcohol, and smoke-free space. If you want to partake in such things, you will need to leave the event and join via the live stream instead. But for those in the actual space, no drugs, no alcohol, no smoking. If you do leave this room, this white room we're in, the music market, you will need to make sure you have a wristband so you can get back in. But if you leave the Collingwood Yards area in total, you won't be able to get back into the event at all. So if you end up on Johnson Street, that's it. No coming back. So do be careful when you're wandering around to make sure, like, if you want back in, that you've taken note of all of those things. I believe that's all the housekeeping I need to do. But without further ado, let's bring on our first act. Yeah. Firstly, yeah, I'm so excited. I'm really, really excited to be here and introducing these amazing, amazing performers. First up, we have Half and Half. They'll come on and get situated. But a duo of guitar and drums that is unapologetically Melbourne, northern suburbs, and they write songs that make you think, what was that about me? Oh my God. Yeah, so we have Justin here with the electric guitar, the Nirvana shirt, and the glasses, and Izzy behind the drum kit with braids and a great smile, and they're going to play some awesome music for you right now. Half and Half, everyone!
Hi everybody, I'm Izzy. This is Justin.
Hello.
Yeah, we're just gonna get into it. Thank you so much for having us, and thanks for being here. Hard hit, soft hands, take it easy, Superman. Going full ham, getting naked in the sand. Going hard's getting tough, don't you think you've had enough? Trip, don't fall, oh, that think that you don't know your stuff. It's hard to say that I'm not gone. And I can't believe that I'm not gone. Sometimes I just think I wanna be late today. And not in a sad way, just a mood kind of way. I'll jump on a train and go one way. And leave my phone at home, yeah, it feels so great. It's hard to say that I'm not gone. And I can't believe that I'm not gone. Thank you. Give me 1 sec, I just need to adjust my drum stool.
How you guys been tonight? You guys good? Enjoying the weather? Yep. You're enjoying the weather? Yeah.
Okay, enough small talk. This next one's called Procrastination. Give me the first chord. I just ate an entire bowl of cookie dough straight after straightening my hair and hanging out all of my clothes. And I also rode my bike to the shops to buy some stuff that I didn't need. Did I mention I should probably be reading my lecture notes? I should be working on some lecture notes. I should be working on that essay or being a PCA, not pissing away every opportunity that I somehow got. Procrastination. It's easy to spell, it's easy to do, and it's easy to think that it won't get you. But here I am sitting on a day like today, and I'm so far away from getting that 75% grade. so help me out. Will somebody please just help me out? Like stand over my desk, and if I risk distraction, you can give me a smack and yell at me to just sort it out. Just need to sort it out.
Sort it out.
Just need to sort it out.
Sort it out.
Everyone else can do it, why can't I? Sort it out.
Sort it out.
Just need to sort it out.
Sort it out.
Just need to sort it out.
Sort it out.
P-R-O-C-R-A-S-T-I-N-A-T-I-O-N. 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 P-R-O-C-R-A-S-T. What the fuck am I doing? Sort it out. Just need to sort it out. Oh my god, I need to sort it out.
Sort it out.
Like everyone else can do, why can't I? Sort it out.
Sort it out.
Just need to sort it out.
Sort it out.
Just need to sort it out.
Sort it out.
Everyone else can do it, why can't I? Nice. Gonna do Ghosted. Actually, no, sorry. Can't Complain. This next one is called Can't Complain.
Yeah. Complain.
Cool. Ready? 1, 2, 4. My sheets aren't green, but I don't do laundry, so I can't complain. And I wish I'd grown more, but I drank too much coffee, so I can't complain. And my brain is fried 'cause I smoke too much weed, oh I can't complain. And I'm all alone, but I told them to go, so deal with the pain, 'cause I can't complain, no I can't complain. I can't complain, no I can't. I can't complain, no I can't complain, no I can't. I think I missed my bus, had to run for the bus, but I left too late. And now I'm feeling puffed, but I don't exercise, so who's to blame? So now I'm sweating and forgot deodorant, pissed and shocking, probably stomping down the street. So I check PTV, and in less than 3, a bus drives straight past me. I'm getting angsty, but I can't complain, no I can't complain, no I can't. Even though it just started to rain, it could be worse, this is just today. When heads about and eyes frozen to the screen, I want to scream. And I see the way no one looks at me, and I just grit my teeth. And I wonder why we just no longer try humanity. But then I'm all alone and I stare at my phone for eternity. I'm just as shitty, so I can't complain, no I can't complain, no I can't. Even though it's totally insane, I'll do the same and I'll do it again. No I can't complain, no I can't complain. I know it could be worse, but it's not, so fucking hip hip hooray. I can't complain, I won't complain.
No, I can't complain. No, I can't complain. No, I can't complain.
That's cute. Alright, thank you. This next one is called Ghosted. Always let you call my name,
and when I turn you're gonna gain. If I see you again I think I might just punch on your face.
punch on your face.
Just because you got
This next one is called Boy. Justin just has to tune his guitar down to the right tuning. And I might sing this one using the telephone microphone. Justin actually made these microphones from scratch.
No, I didn't. No, it wasn't. I bought these. Yep, they weren't me. No.
Hopefully, it might feed back a little bit. I'm not sure. Yeah. Never mind. All right. Ready? Yeah. Picture this, a dodgy bar, a Friday night in heaven. Fill me up behind the stage and turn up to 11. Catch you locking lips with long hair, think you got me done. Boy, look at that, I guess I do, and now we've got a con. Boy, this is us. Do you wanna have a size? Started something new. If you got a bit of trust. Scary how I like you, and you know it makes it true. And I wish I knew how to fuck someone like you. I don't like it how you laugh when I tell you a secret. I don't like it when you roll your eyes if I don't feel it. I don't like it how you make me feel like I am so wrong, 'cause I'm the most important bitch you'll ever lay your hands on. Still I like you, and it hurts to say that's true. And fuck, I wish I knew how to cut someone like you. You. Okay, cool. This next one is a cover of one of our favourite shows from our childhood. You might remember it from us playing it.
If you know the lyrics, please feel free to sing along. La 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 la.
This is my stop, time to get off. I might go pop.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
I've got to be direct. La la la.
If I'm not pleased correct.
La la la. You're standing on
My neck.
la 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 la. Look right through me, think I'm gloomy. Oh well, sue me. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
I've got to be direct. La la la.
If I'm not pleased correct.
La la la.
You're standing on my neck.
La la la.
You're standing on my neck.
La 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 la. I've got to be direct. If I'm not pleased correct, you're standing on my neck. You're standing on my neck.
You're standing on my neck.
Thank you.
Where are you from? Do you want to give us a little intro?
Yeah, this next one is called Where Are You From? And it's just a song we wrote together about sort of an answer to a question that we get asked a lot. I'm sure a lot of people get asked a lot. So yeah, where are you from? Where are you from? I don't get no relief of these stupid questions you ask of me. Like, what's your ethnicity? You just don't look like me. You don't look like me. So this next one is a cover called Twist. Well, it's Round the Twist. Enjoy.
Have you ever felt like this? And strange things happen. Are you going round the twist?
Have you ever
felt like this? And strange things happen. Are you going round the twist? Have you ever felt like this? And strange things happen. Are you going round the twist?
Have you heard the word about the bird and the spider that wriggled and jiggled and tickled inside her?
Have you ever felt like this? And strange things happen. Are you going round the twist? I said, have you ever felt like this? And strange things happen. Are you going round the twist?
With all the king's horses and all the king's men, put up the beat back together again. I said,
Ring, ring, going, coming in another train. Have you ever felt like this? That strange things happen. Are you going round the twist? I said, have you ever felt like this? That strange things happen. Are you going round the twist?
All right. For this last one, we need everyone to get in real close. Everyone, get in real close. You guys over there, come on, get real close. Yeah. So with this next song, we're gonna need a little bit of audience participation to help us out. So the lyrics for tonight should be "No way." Do you guys got that? Yeah, okay. I like that attitude. All right, let's give it a go. You want to left?
no way.
Okay, that was just a practice. That was good. All right, let's give it a bit more oomph this time. You want to left?
No way.
You want some money?
No way.
You want to fuck me?
No way.
All right, thank you guys. It was lovely seeing everyone. You are entitled to my love. You use me up and I'm over now. All you want is free things. Who the fuck do you think you are, Jack Quaid? No!
No way.
I said no!
No way.
Fuck no!
No way.
No! Pay me back for the shit I gave you. Pay me back for the shit I take. I'm all you something I spit it to. I'm mad and I'm not the brain. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about your sentimental thoughts. All I want is how I spit it up and bow. You are entitled to my love. You use me up and I'm all out. All you want is free things. Who the fuck do you think you are, that Quaid? I said no!
No way.
No!
No way.
Fuck no!
No way.
I said no! Thank you.
Is that us? Do we have time for one more, or is that time? One more? Should we do one more?
One more? Do you guys want one more? What? Did you say one more?
Like how we do our own encore.
You gotta milk it.
I
Alright.
just remember that you said that was the last song. That's my bad.
Alright. This one's called Daggers. I actually wrote it at the tote just down the road. Yeah.
Slower.
out your daggers and sharpen your blades. If you catch me staring, then know it's too late. It's not 'cause I like you, it's 'cause you're really lame. Shooting you daggers until you go away. Shooting you daggers, shooting you daggers, shooting you daggers, shooting you daggers. Just because you got a glance in my eye doesn't mean we're gonna fuck tonight. No!
Pull out your daggers. It's time to set you straight. I look you up and down, but now you're coming my way. It's not because I like you. I don't even know your name. I'm shooting you daggers so that you go away.
So that you go away. Shooting you daggers, shooting you daggers, shooting you daggers, shooting you daggers. Just because you got a glance in my eye doesn't mean we're gonna fuck tonight. Oh, just because you got a glance in my eye doesn't mean we're gonna fuck tonight. Oh, just because you got a glance in my eye doesn't mean we're gonna fuck tonight.
Thanks so much. We're half and half. Stick around for the rest of the acts, and yeah, see you in the crowd.
One more round of applause for Half and Half. Amazing. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes for the next performance. So stay tuned.
I used to think I was an extrovert, but I was just afraid of being alone. Coming off of my Alexa Pro, I can't text or talk on the phone. I wanna, I wanna, I wanna, I really wanna, I wanna go home. At a party trying to talk to you, but the music is way too loud. And these drugs don't do anything, I don't know why I ever go out. I wanna, I wanna, I wanna, I really wanna, I wanna go home. And my brain is raining on the holes in the walls of my skull. And the pain is greater than any pleasure I've ever known.
I used to push my body beyond all the limits that my body had set. Now that my body speaks, I try to listen, I try to respect. I got it, I got it, I got it, I really got it, I got it, I gotta go home.
And my brain is raining on the holes in the walls of my skull. And the pain is greater than any pleasure I've ever known. I don't understand the rules of the game, but we keep on playing.
Really, really bassy.
I understand the rules of the game, but we keep on playing. I understand the rules of the game, but we keep on playing. I understand the rules of the game, but we keep on playing. My brain is raining on the holes in the walls of my skull. The pain is greater than any pleasure
like. If I'm honest, I see it as a sign. Ooh,
If wine is liquid courage, then coffee is liquid hope. I write some more tragic bullshit and then I wash my mouth with soap. I wish that I had a baby. I wish I had a better memory. I wish my emotions came on like equations, but I'm plagued by melodies, and so I catch them in my head, in my heart, in my hands, and my legs. There's a well from my throat to the tip of my toes. It runs deep and dark and wet. It runs deep and dark and wet. It runs deep, dark and wet. And I echo within myself. Somebody save me. And I echo within myself. Within myself.
yeah, it.
I banish all the mirrors from my house. I put tape on the webcams too. I don't wanna catch myself around here. There's just no room. Most things I can't remember, and some things I can't forget. There's a well from my throat to the tip of my toes. It runs deep and dark and wet. It runs deep and dark and wet. It runs deep and dark and wet. It runs deep, dark and wet. And I echo within myself. Somebody save me. And I echo within myself. Somebody save me. And I echo somebody save me.
No, I should shut this down early before it can really get started. You tell me off when I'm on one toe. Let me talk about myself. Make me feel full up on something. I swear this is good for my health. And then we're both in the bar late, just two friends turning in for the night. I watch you not seeing me like that. It's a light in myself, not
I've been sitting here singing in the dark,
you up,
thinking
my arms
no
sit on
one
your
up in the
shoulders.
air.
Wish I could
Until
open you
you-
up. Wish I could just unfold you.
How
Nobody
exceptionally
knows it's you
beautiful,
I am
wonderfully
here
God
for.
made you. When nobody was giving me the answer, 'cause nobody was telling me the truth. Well, I've been searching for the heart of the matter, and had no one I could lean on to. Now my heart is as wide as the ocean. When I think about coming home to you, I'll be dancing like a pretty ballerina with my treasure chest open to you. Oh, for you. How exceptionally, beautifully, wonderfully, God. Oh, exceptionally, beautifully, wonderfully, God made you.
Maybe it will be tomorrow. Maybe it's all in my hands. 'Cause I am my own army. I am a war against me. This life ain't cheap. Oh, nothing is for free, for free, for free. All these walls are coming down. It's about time they come down, down. All the weight is over the wall with myself. Maybe I should love all the mess. Maybe this time I can run. 'Cause I am my own army. I am a war against me. And I always find that I just run back to me, to me, to me. All these walls are coming down. It's about time they come down, down. All the weight is over the wall with myself. I am my own army. I am a war against me.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a very nice little break. I am very excited to announce the next artist you will be seeing today. They are one of Australia's most evocative and dynamic live electronic artists. known for merging club music with silky R&B vocals and vulnerable lyricism. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce you to brilliant experimental pop artists, Huntley. Yes, so they're just wandering in now. Andy in the blue shirt and the cap, situated behind this wonderful setup of electronics that I don't understand. I am a theatre person. Yes, and here we have Ellie behind the keys and a microphone with a red shirt and with a blue circle on it, and they're going to do some amazing performances for you, so give them a big round of applause.
Thank you. Just as we begin, we'd like to acknowledge again the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, pay our respects to elders past and present, and honour the ongoing kinship and sovereignty and songlines that is retained in these lands and waterways. We're called Huntley, and it's a real pleasure and honour to be here performing for you all today. So I hope you enjoy. This song's called Be Here Till I'm Not. I return to every place I leave behind. Try to replay, 'cause I can't rewind. I get flashes, little pictures in my chest. Try to hold them close. How much time do I have left? I am the ghost. I protect the halls of this home. Another 3 a.m. Things get quiet. When something terrible happens, I wanna call you just to hear you say my name down the line. When it's not only me who feels like the world is ending, if I'm honest, I see it as a sign. Call your sister, get some sleep. Catch yourself in the mirror, breathe deep. You're gonna be here till it stops. You're not the only one who keeps getting it all wrong, and you're not the only one feeling like they're not at home. It's picking up now, starting to roll on, I guess. Another routine in a crisis, and I am longing to join you all inside. I am patient. I've waited years for all this to subside. I've mostly kept things dignified, and I retreat when we collide. When something terrible happens, I wanna call you just to hear you say my name down the line. When it's not only me who feels like the world is ending, if I'm honest, I see it as a sign. Call your sister, get some sleep. Catch yourself in the mirror, breathe deep. You're gonna be here till it stops. Thank you. We're going to go straight into a song called It's You I'm Here For, which is a song that I wrote about having a big crush on my friend, and it's a song about queer romance, and that friend and I are now in love, so it's a real love song. So yeah, it's called It's You I'm Here For, and it was the last single that we released just recently.
My skin is heating up, trying to keep myself guarded. Know I should shut this down early before it can really get started. You tell me off when I'm on one, don't let me talk shit about myself. Make me feel full up on something, I swear this is good for my health. Keeping you up, my arms sit on your shoulders. Wish I could open you up. Wish I could just unfold Nobody knows it's you I'm here for. Nobody knows it's you I want. I could stay up all night just to listen to how much you're missing her. I'll be your right hand man, been through it all. I'm the heartbreak whisperer, but I'm the type to hold it down, keep it together, pull you up off the floor. Not gonna stop something messy, I don't know anything was okay. Sit on your shoulders. Wish I could just unfold ya. It's you I'm here for. Nobody knows it's you I want. Breathe down my neck. Stay up later. Wake up feeling like a fool. I'm not even on your radar. Gather everything up. I brace myself to rein it in. Rein it in. I'm keeping you up. My arms sit on your shoulders. Wish I could open you up. Wish I could just unfold ya. It's you I'm here for. Nobody knows it's you I want. Breathing down my neck.
Thank you. Thanks so much. How's everyone doing on this sunny, warm Saturday afternoon? Yeah, rock and roll.
And yeah, the band before us was very rock and roll, and I always feel a little bit nervous when like a band's playing, you know, real instruments, you know, smashing out drums and like playing guitar, and then we come on with our little like bleep, bloop, bleep, bloop, and you know, I kind of want to be a punk singer and like da, 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 but instead I'm doing something very different. So I hope you're enjoying it. And yeah, it's really beautiful to be like part of this event. And after a couple of years of COVID really slowing things down for live music, and it's also beautiful to be part of an event that has put so much thought into like every level of accessibility. And yeah, I know that takes so much more work, and that's why generally events don't bother doing it, because it takes lots of extra steps. So it's, yeah, so important to like acknowledge all the people behind this event for taking those extra steps, because live music should be enjoyed by everyone. Yeah. Okay, this song's called Make You Proud, and it's about being in a friendship that you feel like you just can't do anything right, and you're just putting in so much, and like feeling like the other person is kind of committed to being in conflict with you. So yeah, it's called Make You Proud.
I'm too fast and I'm too furious. I've said it all, said enough for the both of us. I'm face up, I'm arms stretched out, walk away, knowing that I could never make you proud. Maybe I can work myself up. Could you give it another try? Maybe I can say I don't care what you think till it's not a lie. Waiting out in the deep end, I become aware nobody's following. Staying up till it's silent, somehow full, but I'm hollowing. I'm feeling it more like perseverance than anything useful. Calling it love when it's just adherence. Can we be truthful? You say ain't nothing. I keep saying what I can't stop apologizing. You say ain't nothing. I refresh, pull it back, try catch you on an upswing. I'm too fast and I'm too furious. I've said it all, said enough for the both of us. I'm face up, my arms stretched out, arms out. I could never make you proud. Maybe I can work myself out. Could you give it another try? Maybe I can say I don't care what you think till it's not a lie. Maybe I can work myself out. Could you give it another try? Maybe I can say I don't care what you think till it's not a lie. Till it's not a lie. Trying to be better, but I'm only messing up every day. I know that we all say we're learning, but to you, I'm just listening. I'm feeling it more like perseverance than anything useful. Calling it love when it's just adherence. Can we be truthful? Feel it slipping away, can't take anything slow. You said you wanted the time, said you wanted to go. Put it back in my hood, I'll play another round. I think I'd give anything just to make you feel proud. And I'm too furious, I've said it all, said enough for the both of us. I'm face up, my arms stretched out, walk away, knowing that I could never make you proud. Maybe I can work myself out. Could you
That's the kind of song that, because we weren't playing live during lockdowns, I wrote and recorded it and was recording it in a studio where I can do it like bit by bit, and now that we're playing live again, I have to sing it all continuously and I just can't breathe enough, so every time I'm like, feel like I'm kind of gasping for air in that song. It's kind of like my marathon singing song. But this one is like my favorite song ever to play live. It's called Low Grade Buzz. And yeah, we're going to kind of take it down a little bit. And it's kind of about that feeling that you might have on a Sunday afternoon. This is like the feeling I associate with Sunday afternoon, when things just feel kind of sad and you don't know why, and it's like you just can't really put a name to that feeling of kind of sadness and emptiness and nostalgia for things that have passed.
I've got that low-grade buzz keeping me out of it. I've got that low-grade buzz I'm hanging. I've got that low-grade buzz, it's keeping me out of it. I've got that low-grade buzz I'm hanging, circling around an airfield again. I'm older now again, got loved ones spilling out of me. The dead ones are at peace now, still think of them for some release. How I'll never hear a real life sound come out their mouths. I'm hanging, it's keeping me out of it. I've got that low-grade buzz I'm hanging. The sun came up, we sat in silence, and just like always I felt like her friends just wanted me gone, but we admired each other got that low grade buzz that's keeping me out of it. I've got that low grade buzz. I'm hanging. I've got that low grade buzz that's keeping me out of it. I've got that low grade buzz. I'm hanging. Keeping me
Thank you. We have 2 songs left. This next one, what's that? We're going to take it up a little bit after going down, going back up. And this song was the first single that we released recently. We've got a new album coming out, and this is the first single from the album. And it's about meeting someone on a dance floor and having a crush on someone on the dance floor. And I thought I would never see or hear from this person again who I wrote the song about. And I later, because it was overseas, though she was from Australia, and then I found out that our friend actually knows her, and she said to my friend, "Oh, the new Huntley song, is that about me?" And so what I thought was going to be a very secret, subtle song about someone, she actually knew exactly what it was about, which was very embarrassing for me, but there you have it. So this song's called Undertage.
Self-deprecating, I'm self-medicating, the one hanging around waiting, but you make me feel brand new, and I wanna stay longer so I can get to know ya. Usually I'm self-deprecating, I'm self-medicating, the one hanging around waiting, but you make me feel brand new, and I wanna stay longer so I can get to know ya. Even though you spent the day with another girl, I can feel you watching self-deprecating, I'm self-medicating, the one hanging around waiting. But you make me feel brand new, and I wanna stay longer so I can get to know ya. Usually I'm self-deprecating, I'm self-medicating, the one hanging around waiting. But you make me feel brand new, and I wanna stay longer so I can get to know ya. Self-deprecating, I'm self-medicating, the one hanging around waiting. But you make me feel brand new, and I wanna stay longer so I can get to know ya. Usually I'm self-deprecating, I'm self-medicating, the one hanging around waiting. But you make me feel brand new, and I wanna stay longer so I can get to know ya. Thank you. We just have one song left, and again, thanks so much for coming out to this event, and thanks to the organisers for putting on an event that, is open for everyone to come to, and thank you for your energy and time and labour in what it takes to put events like this together. So it's a real honour to be part of it. And we hope you enjoy the rest of the day and get some sun on your face if that is something that feels good for you. This last song is called Shame.
Work on protecting myself. Let go of this persistence. Stay strong means that you feel it. Say my goodbyes from a distance. Work on holding it together, but release this need in me. Stay strong means that you let go of what you think others see. Deep enough to admit that I miss you. Hard enough to know you do too. Shame enough to take me out quietly, till I can come to my own rescue. I feel it live in my body. I know it's deep in my soul. I'm waking up with it heavy, spinning out of control. I feel it live in my body. I know it's deep in my soul. I'm waking up with it heavy, spinning out of control. Ooh, you gotta live with it. You gotta learn to live with it. How you gonna deal with it?
I feel it live in my body. I know it's deep in my soul. I'm waking up with it heavy, spinning out of control. I feel it live in my body. I know it's deep in my soul. I'm waking up with it heavy, spinning out of control. Stay strong, feel it, let go. Stay strong, take it, 'cause you know being wrong is disconcerting, but you are capable of learning. Stay strong, feel it, let go. Stay strong, take it, 'cause you know being wrong is disconcerting, but you are capable of learning. I feel it live in my body. I know it's deep in my soul. I'm waking up with it heavy, heavy, heavy. I feel it live in my body. I know it's deep in my soul. I'm waking up with it heavy, spinning out of control. Thanks everyone for watching us, and hi to everyone on the live stream. Hope you have a beautiful afternoon.
And give another huge hand to Huntley. Yes! How utterly amazing. Thank you so much. Everyone will be back in about 10 minutes for the next performance, so take a bathroom break. But yeah, around 4 p.m., we'll see you soon. Woo!
At first when I lost you, I thought that I might be okay, but I was just fooling myself. Yeah, I was just fooling myself. You know I missed you more each day, and the pain felt like a curtain to break that was blocking out everything else. Yeah, it was blocking out everything else. I'm gonna love you till I die. Gonna love you till I take my last breath. Goodbye. Now I found you, I can put my arms around you, and I'm not gonna lose you again. No, I'm not gonna lose you again, because I learned my lesson well. It left a scar, but you can't tell, and I'm gonna make amends. I said I'm gonna make amends. I'm gonna love you till I die. Gonna love you till I take my last breath. Goodbye. I'm gonna love you till I die. Gonna love you till the sun sets in our eyes. Till I take my last breath. Goodbye.
We were out in the shed when he said divorce yours was around the corner. He said he didn't have a choice. I was 15 and he knew it was rough, but I knew my father would do it for love. And this old chant tells a story of two sweethearts who were the best of friends. Up on the wall is a picture of us. My dad still drives the old pickup truck where the radio music plays the old-fashioned songs, fixing the motor and singing along. She was 15, he was 2 years above when they met each other, when they fell in love. And this old chant tells a story of two sweethearts who were the best of friends. Up on the wall, here's a picture of us. My dad still drives the old pickup truck. Mom looked in the mirror and she made up her mind, pulled back the cover and left on the light. When you're 15, you just don't know enough. It was a woman that she longed to love. And this old chant tells a story of two sweethearts
in when you wake. Drink a cup of coffee for tradition's sake. Spend the day wielding a knife. Whittle wood until the sun escapes the sky and breathe, breathe. I promise that the air down here is clean, clean. I promise that the air down here, oh Jenny. Beneath the ties, cut back the skin. Reset the software with a safety pin. Jettison the year.
Play here. The genocide here is ongoing, but the resistance and the resilience of First Nations people, their connection with culture and law and land is also ongoing. And I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and any other mob who's here in the space today. Sovereignty was never ceded, never will be ceded. This always was, always will be Aboriginal land. Yeah, I'm Racerage. I'm so excited to be playing Snug Rock for y'all. All ages shows are my absolute favorite. I love the energy, and yeah, as a disabled and mentally ill person, it's really, really sick to get to play a super accessible show. So yeah, big shout out to all you folks who've come along. I'm so excited to see the turnout, and yeah, big shout out to my DJ on the deck, Space Mama from Combat Wombat, Izzy Brown. And my sister who's come all the way from Frankston. Thanks so much for coming, darling. Yeah, let's do it. This song's called Cop Watch. It is a track off my debut record, Black Medusa, and it's a collab with Rebel Diaz and various artists. Let's get into it.
Worldwide. 1, 3, 1, 2. Let's go.
Ay. Rebel Diaz, Race Rage, that's me G1. A Rod Stars, a Race Rage. Ha, ha, ha. ACAB. Clip Club Charters trot out their tired lines. Check the tape, flapping free while black bodies lay still in binds. All we can do is try, draw their damage to a close. Spot that jippy van, step up and draw in close. From your pocket, pull a phone. It's alright, you gotta know what the upper hand is up to. Hopefully they throw less death blows under scrutiny. With cop watching community and neighborhood in mutiny. Push back against the force. White supremacy enforced. Hell no, we press record. We press record, we press record.
Baby, now you're wildin' in the streets.
Wildin' in the streets for too long.
So you know I
Gotta film police.
So hold on.
Hold on.
Hey, yo,
Fuck the police.
That's my everyday
Ha.
motto. All they do is roll on us and they always act hostile. I turn on my camera
And I press record.
making sure to document and keep my people informed. This is my weapon now. Calling my balance of power. Cause you know that they be lying.
And you know that they're cowards. They're cowards. They're cowards. We got to make sure we safe. Make sure we brave. Make sure we fight.
Never be slaves again. It's
Crazy, crazy, crazy.
the families remain in the state of pain.
We got our eyes on them, we're watching what they do. True God, you best believe that beady eyes follow you. Got our eyes on them, watching what they do. True God, you best believe that beady eyes follow you. Cop watch. Cop watch. Cop watch. Oh. Another Kevlar coated knee push out into a back. Another prisoner prone got deep to feel their lungs crushed flat. Another nightmare hidden beast familiar join the stack. But when the sun sets on the skipping record, sad react. Who's gonna cop the flack? Cop the flack. Sick of the melanated tiger practice on my back. Sick of the stomach lurches, red and blue lights past the flats. Who will we find? Sprawled beneath this trigger happy pack.
Now you're wildin' in the streets for
Too long, too long.
So you know I
Gotta film police.
So hold on.
Hold on, hold on. Say it with me now. Am I free to go? Yeah, it's info that the pigs, they don't want you to know. Say it with me now. Am I free to go? Just give your name, your ID, then no comment, no. Say it with me now. Am I free to go? It's info that the pigs, they don't want you to know. Say it with me now. Am I free to go? Your name, your ID, then no comment, no. Hey, you can too, yeah, 'cause we need you to cop what? Give your name, cop what? Cop what? Oh, am I free to go? Am I free to go, go? Am I free to 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 go, go? Am I free to go, go? Am I free to 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 go, go? Am I free to go? I wrote that track as a guide to kind of think about, you know, when young fellas, when you're dealing with the police, there's a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't know about your rights. First of all, you know, we got to look out for our communities. We got to look out for, if you see someone being arrested, especially a black person, it's really important to, if you feel safe to, record, because eyes on people means less dead people. So that's kind of what the reason I wrote that track. And also, you know, here in Victoria, if police talk to you, you only have to legally give them your name and your address, and then anything else they ask you, even if it's like, how was your day? You say no comment, so they can't use that against you. Yeah, we'll get into the next track. It's called Eat the Rich, and it's a collab with Willerai Kirkbride, aka Sasshound. Yeah, just a little bit of a content warning. Obviously, I forgot to say I swear. So, yeah, if that's not something you're comfortable with, that's totally cool. I'll be done in 45 minutes. And also, some of my tracks cover some pretty heavy content. So I'll give a little bit of a trigger warning. This track's just about eating the rich. It's fine. You'll be fine. But, yeah, other tracks talk about genocide and police brutality. And other stuff, but I'll flag it. I'll flag it. Yeah, this is Eat the Rich. Let's get into it.
We love our bread, we love our banana, but most of all,
Eat those rich fuckers.
ew, gross.
Tastes like chicken, tastes like chicken, tastes like chicken, tastes like chicken.
Eat the rich. Eat the rich. Eat the rich. Then divvy up all that shit. Eat the rich. Eat the rich. Eat the rich. Then divvy up all that. Eat the rich, I'm about to chow down on some cashed up clown who expects us to bow down. He's a pasty dish, gotta savor these sounds. Finest delicacy in the top end of town. Marinating that surprise and melanated diners. They expected the suppression for other definers. But now that the table's turning, set with their best china. With she rich sounds, he's delish, bitch, boogie, bitch, divine, yeah. Overthrow the system. Chuck 'em on the menu. Dealing with class traders, there's not much more you can do. Cappers come a toxic. Rise up, we pros and chows. But revenge is best served cold. Pet with a nice cap south. Eat the rich. Eat the rich. Eat the rich. Then divvy up all that shit. Eat the rich. Either it, then divvy up all that shit. We got big black appetites, gonna eat you off the throne. The fear we've already known. Overthrow the system, chuck 'em on the menu. Dealing with class traders, there's not much more you can do. Cappies come a toxic, rise up we frozen chows. But revenge is best served cold, pet with a nice caps out. Eat the rich, eat the rich, eat the rich, then divvy up all that shit. Eat the rich, eat the rich, eat the rich, then divvy up all that. Corporate bigwigs suck the public tea dry. Scapegoat poor folks with fake front page outcry.
Eat the rich,
Pulling poly strings to bankroll coal mines.
eat the rich,
And after feasting on their fancy flesh, we'll divvy out older. Corporate bigwigs suck the public tea dry.
eat the rich,
Scapegoat poor folks with fake front page outcry.
eat the rich,
Pulling poly strings to bankroll coal mines. Fuck you, Adani. And after feasting on their fancy flesh, we'll divvy up all their shit. Let's divvy it up. They got plenty to go round. Thank you. Feel free to have a little dance, y'all. I know it's hot. Yeah, there's like soft drink and stuff at the bar, so stay hydrated. This next track is a Combat Wombat cover / remix. It's called Black History, and I'm honored to have the incredible Izzy Brown, bass mama from Combat Wombat, here with me to jump into it. Yeah, let's do it.
feel it flooding, feel it coming.
Annihilation, degradation of our nations. Invaded, manipulated on my graves are the deaths you instigated. What gives you the right? Genocide of whites, destroy ancient culture, then you watch the fight. You think you're superior, set the criteria. Make laws that black fellas are inferior. No remorse, religion in force. Plunder the land to the point of exhaust. We're forced to stand back, caged if we defy. Kids they stamp on our struggle, still we outcry. Still we outcry, they stamp on our struggle, but we will defy. Cause white Australia has a black history that never ceded sovereignty. We take our fight to the 10th embassy. We won't take no more black deaths in custody. Our old people pass the cultural law, take the law alive through story and song, decolonize minds, language revival, sharpen tools of our people's survival. Countries being poisoned and stolen. Capitalism keeps the Western world rolling. Multinational companies dividing up our communities. Brainwashing, bribery, stories you won't hear in the library. Cause white Australia's got a black history that never ceded sovereignty. White Australia's got a
black history
that never ceded
sovereignty.
We take our fight to the Jabberwong embassy. We won't take no more felling sacred trees.
Opal have born these mates of mine, been roaming the land since the start of time. They know the creation stories of this land, and I try my best to understand. But a lot of the land's been poisoned or stolen as capitalism keeps the Western world rolling. Multinational companies dividing up the communities with brainwashing and bribery. Stories you won't read in the library, cause white Australia's got a black history that never ceded sovereignty. Never ceded sovereignty. Sovereignty needs to be acknowledged.
I say we never ceded. You say sovereignty. I say we never ceded. You say sovereignty. We never ceded.
Sovereignty.
We never ceding.
Sovereignty.
We never ceded.
Sovereignty.
Oi, come on. We never ceded.
Sovereignty.
We never ceding.
Sovereignty.
We never ceded.
Sovereignty.
Because white Australia has a black history. And we're never ceding
sovereignty.
Feel it flooding through the streets, feel it coming. Feel it flooding through the streets, feel it rushing.
Feel it coming through the streets.
It's here. Feel it flooding through the streets,
feel it coming.
Feel it flooding through the streets,
feel it coming.
Feel it flooding through the streets,
feel it coming.
It's coming, it's here.
White Australia's got a black history that
never ceded sovereignty. White Australia's got a black history that never ceded sovereignty. White Australia's got a black history. We never ceded sovereignty. White Australia's got a black history. We never ceded sovereignty. Sovereignty. Thank you. This next track is called Divine Melanin, and it's about loving the skin and the melanin and the features that your ancestors gave you. For those of us that are melanated, for everybody else, y'all can love yourselves too, but but this goes out to all the black and brown and people of color out there. All of us who didn't see ourselves represented in beauty when we were young fellas growing up, it goes out to you. Blacker the berry, sweeter the fruit. We're not for your consumption, but we're looking cute. Blacker the berry, sweeter the fruit. We're not for your consumption, but we're looking cute. This you can't dispute. Black girl magic, brown queens. White it has been. Black girl magic, brown queens, white as premises, beauty standards has been. If beauty ain't what we see, the concept's our enemy. If beauty ain't what we are, it's gone scar. It's gone scar. By that finish and it's gone scar. If beauty ain't what we see, the concept's our enemy. If beauty ain't what we are, by that finish and it's gone scar. It's gone scar. By that finish and it's gone scar. In our flesh, I hear our ancestors speak. The curve of your thighs, the chub of my cheeks. In our flesh, I hear our ancestors speak. Divine melanin, the gift of our kin. In our flesh, I hear our ancestors speak. The curve of your thighs, the chub of my cheeks. In our flesh, I hear our ancestors speak. Divine melanin, the gift of our kin. Black girl magic, brown queen. White supremacist beauty has been. Black girl magic, brown queens. White supremacist beauty standards has been. Divine melanin, the gift of our kin. Thank you. All right, this next track is called ACAB, ACAB. All cats are beautiful, all cops are bastards. And this is a little love letter to my cats and all cats. I actually wrote this piece for this weird little event, like the Writers' Festival, cat loving event. I have no idea how they found me, and like Marique Hardy was running it, who was my favorite like writer for Frankie when I was a teenager, so it was all very weird, but it was great, and everyone was just talking about cats, so that's always a good time. Yeah, let's get into it. ACAB, ACAB. Shout out to Simo Sue for the beats. Have a little dance, have a little sway. I'm here for gentle head bounce, bratty tails flicking my grill. I'm here for Velcro tongue sharing, that cleansing love. I'm thrilled they bless me. My fur babies do my head in and test me. Knock my stuff off one by one, calculated to mess with me. I best be sharing if I dare open a can. Wrapped around their paws, whipped as I am. If they ever saw my phone, they think that I am a creep. Cause 70% of that is just their faces asleep. My feeling fan consumes me. Obsessed 24/7. You can call me a cray cat person if the shoe fits. What else? In or out, inside or outside. Got me yo-yoing all day. For real, they rule the roost. Guess I'm just here to obey. Okay. Okay. I'm here for manic room lap laser chase each witch an hour. Here for the deep magic of a bird's healing power. I'm here for independence connecting on their own terms. On this grace that trusted humans, high risk belly paths earth. They bless me, do my head in and test me. Piss on my clothes if that piston feeling intentionally pesky. It's all good. My soulmates, my familiar fur baby, so much more than just pets be. They anchor, they base me, drive me crazy. Noodle and Disky, they're my babies. And Pansy, R.I.P. R.I.P. Okay. Thank you. This next track I thought was like real perfect for today. A lot of my songs I kind of write about kind of like more macro sort of stuff, you know, a lot about things that are like making me real angry in the news and happening to my communities. But yeah, this song I wrote about my own experiences with disability and neurodivergence and chronic pain, and it's a song I wrote with my best friend, Katie Spit, who's an incredible pop noise artist up in Sydney at the moment. And yeah, it was really challenging for both of us, kind of being so vulnerable. It's called Tick, which is like a little ticky play on words, because it's talking about, I guess, our relationship with time as disabled people, chronically ill people, experiencing a really different relationship with time than what capitalism normally kinds of demands, and also being neurodivergent, having time blindness, which is why I was like running late today, of course. But yeah, it's also a play on words with tick, like ticks, because I have Tourette's as well. So yeah, that's what this one's about. It's called Tick. Count me invisible, guess that's my superpower. Time divisible by spoons shot full of limits for my hours. Capacity I hassle drains all my existence while I push and over vex myself with sheer persistence. I was rewarded cause the system don't count me as relevant, valued or included, lest my labor is self-evident. Nothing but a burden if my time ain't seen as fruitful. So much unlearning just to rest or be unuseful. Distress and serena, caving walls unseen, collapse behind as you take off what I can't do. Drip, drip under my shoes. Lying in the dark, winding up my heart to stay in time with you, but I never do. Again. Tick, tick, rematch, refit again. Tick, tick, a crack, crib glitch. Again, 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 again. What you sound my static, recouping it leaves me manic, unproductive, causing panic. Blames the ablers in my fanny, uncapitalist planet. The shit's woven in the fabric, planet. It takes root toxic weed, self-hating, group masking ticks, and paint to boot. We both chronic and acute, cute. Flesh prison, a hot mess. Shame strained like an abscess. What time are you? It's math that I can't do. Imagine if you try. Imagine if you tried to get in time with me, but you'll never be. Tick, tick, rematch, refit again. Tick, tick, a crack, crib glitch. Again, 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 again. Tick, tick, rematch, refit again. Tick, tick, a crack, crib glitch. Again, 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 again. Again. Thank you. I gotta find something to say except for thank you. I feel like every time I finish, I'm like, thank you, but that's okay. This next track covers a little bit, probably don't need the effect, sound like an alien, it's fine. This next track covers a little bit of intense subject matter. It's a song that I wrote for Jay Walker when he was shot 3 times and killed by a police officer in the NT who was really racist. So if that's a little bit heavy for you, that's totally fine. You know, go out and have some air. It'll be finished in like 4 minutes or so. But yeah, it's a track I wrote to go out to him and his family while pre-mob in Uendami community. And I also just want to acknowledge their resilience and their resistance. Auntie Valerie, Uncle Kev, all the family that have been fighting so hard, not just to get justice for their own son and nephew and grandson, but also to protect all young mob in Aboriginal remote communities, to keep guns out of Aboriginal communities. And it's a really, really important fight. yeah, please look into it if you're not familiar with it. If you look up Uendamu or hashtag Justice for Walker, you can follow that fight, and it's really, really important. Yeah, this song is called Red Handprints, Blue Cameras. Red handprints smear the white and blue. Please and protest fill you and a moo. 10 long hours pushing voices from their minds as cops to chain face. Family left behind. Shut out lights like they shut out compassion. Shut off humanity, shut their sun down. Froze communication, fast manipulation. Same old lies, now we're new kids in the ground. Blue eyes, watch on as they take our lives. Blue cameras, blue eyes, they edit, delete our cries. Blue cameras, blue eyes, watch on as they take our lives. Blue cameras, blue eyes, that shape their official lies. Which way does their lens point? Same way as the trigger, but there's no way to cut. 3 gunshots from the air, threats filled to their neighbor from that uniform figure. Move on or you'll be next, nothing to see here. Shut off lights like they shut out compassion. Shut off humanity, shut their sun down. Froze communication, fast manipulation. Same old lies, now come on, J's in the ground. Same old lies, where can justice be found? Blue cameras, blue eyes, watch on as they take our lives. Blue cameras, blue eyes, they edit, delete our cries. Blue cameras, blue eyes, watch on as they take our lives. Blue cameras, blue eyes, that shape their official lies, official lies. In cells we die, in cuffs we die, then come the lies. Blue eyes, watch on as they take our lives. Blue cameras, blue eyes, they edit, delete their own crimes. Blue eyes, watch on as they take our lives. Blue cameras, blue eyes, that shape their official lies, official lies. Yeah, big ups to his family. This next track is called Diamonds and Sapphires, and it's the first track I ever wrote for this project back in like 2016 or something. I was pretty intensely disabled at the time. I was having a lot of mobility issues, and so I could do like 2 songs at a time when I was performing. But yeah, it was really rad to kind of like have music to focus on then when I was like having a real hard time and dealing with a lot of chronic pain stuff. But yeah, this song is about kind of being in a dark place and getting yourself back up from rock bottom. So I hope everybody can enjoy it and relate to it. Yeah. Can I have the backing a little bit higher in my fallback? Thank you. Shout out to Young God for this sick beat. Let's go. And knocked down, but I claw my way back. Reclaim my throne, honey, pick up my drop slack, it's time. Although I don't know yet how I march on like an Antifa soldier. I just told ya, babe, watch this space. Determined Taurian, I pick up my pace. Track marks and stars will start to erase. Look forward to reminiscing about this next. 1, 2, 1, 2. Tell me what you know about climbing out the sinkhole. Unforeseen disaster left my life just been rickrolled. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la, sub-low. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la, sub-low. I just told you that shit was brutal. Alchemized pain in the heat forms unusual oppressors. Gonna tell your resistance is futile. It's all we got cause our healing is crucial. Our refusal to live without scruples. Revolution is truthful. No shame, no stigma, revolution is truthful. It's all we got cause our healing is crucial. They're gonna tell your resistance is futile. It's all we got cause our healing crucial. Crucial and not futile. We truthful, yeah. A last chance if I'm gonna bounce back. Fucking the road like a plumber's crack. I'm tired, but fueled with my old fire. My desire to push through the muck and mire. Reach summits I deserve to soar higher. My heart plummets, but once more I aspire. Outshine like bright moon, inspired. Deep pressure forms beauty from it like sapphires. Diamonds and sapphires. That's right. Tell me what you know about climbing out the sinkhole. Like my life just been rickrolled. Cha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la, so below. Cha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la, so below. I just told you that shit was brutal. Alchemized pain in the heat forms unusual oppressors. Gonna tell your resistance is futile. It's all we got cause our healing is crucial. Our refusal to live without scruples. No shame, no stigma, revolution is truthful. That's right, we gotta prioritize our healing and our resistance. This next track is going to be my last song, so if you're feeling that way inclined, have a little dance. I know it's really freaking hot, but yeah, thank you so much. Y'all have been a really lovely audience, and it's been so exciting to be part of Snug Rock and always live, and I hope that more of these events happen, especially here. Collingwood Yards is such a exciting new space for our community here on the Collingwood estate, so always love performing for community. Yeah, this next track is called Do the Labour, and it is my first single of my album. There should be more by now, but I'm very disorganized, so it's currently the only single of my album, so you can get it on Spotify, and it is a collab with Jamaica Moana from Sydney, an incredible ballroom queen and non-binary rapper, and also various asses. Yeah, I hope you like it. Your boy Racerage, Jamaica Moana. Do you remember about our struggle when the 27th hits? When that post that you retweeted starts a dwindling like so shit? When that dopamine's receded from those validating clicks? You're looking for what's trending and on brand you put a dip. The difference opposition's not the same for Cooters versus Goskin in the game. But when the friends have vanished in the rain, symbol sick, we're talking. Put you back into some authenticity. We don't want no lukewarm allies, we want an accomplished. Comrades come to do the work. Accomplished. Liberation bound up, no agenda here. Respecting our autonomy, our sovereignty encompassed to the work. It's not my job to hold your hand. I don't educate on demand. Google can be your best friend. Intent don't mean shit in the end. Labor, work, labor, work, labor, work, labor, work, labor, work. This allyship you're trying on. Collect black friends like Pokemon. This Jigglypuff is hella sickle being touted as the mouthy one. Click to visit, are you in it for the cloud? Match the apology to spell. Did you even read the article before you liked it, shared it, echoed silent shouts? We don't want no lukewarm allies, we want an accomplice to do the work, accomplish liberation bound up, no agenda here. Our sovereignty encompassed.
Now I know there are people that need to educate themselves
Just a little bit.
Actually, a lot. Racerage, let's do this.
Yup.
Standing proud and yes, it's hard to
Ha.
miss. Always bound with
Too
you.
indigenous.
For you, empathy is intricate. Understanding
Is so intricate.
Couldn't see, but now you're fixing it. Performativity, you're touching
Uh-huh.
it. Feelings real, it makes it adequate. If it's genuine,
Immaculate. All of that. Go relax. Dealing with my tax. Ha. Engage. While you're working with Minnie on Project Racerage. We want an accomplice to do the work. Accomplish liberation bound up, no agenda here. Respecting our autonomy, our sovereignty and compass. Work, labor. I don't educate on demand. Google can be your best friend. Intent don't mean shit in the end. Labor, work, labor, work, labor, work, labor, work, labor, work. Labor, work. Labor, work. Labor, work. Labor, work. Thank you. I've been Racerage. Thank you so much, Snug Rock. Give it up for Bass Mama. Give it up for yourselves. Thank you so much.
Auslan interpreters just
The
did an amazing
interpreters,
job.
so deadly. Thank you. Also, we are going to be putting on a show next weekend.
Friday.
Next Friday. Fuck, I keep getting that wrong. The Change, which is an amazing collab between about 40, 50 million people. It feels like a lot of people. A lot of us based down at the Collingwood public housing estate from all different communities, talking about our struggles, our stories. It's a community hip-hop theatre production that's gone through a lot of evolutions since 2016?
Yep.
17. And this version of it is called The Change Definitions of Freedom. Come down, it's going to be really cute. It's all ages. It's a whole interactive thing. It's going to be fun. It is at the Honda showroom.
Honda showrooms,
Yeah.
21 Hoddle Street. And it's pretty accessible. There's ramps and things. Steep ramps. You might need someone to push, but yeah, definitely all welcome.
That
And
sounds amazing.
yeah, do
you
it.
definitely all should go. And another big round of applause. Oh my God, absolutely killed it. No, thank you so much. Now, everyone, we are going to have a big break this time, including dinner time. Dinner will be arriving at around 5 p.m. You can grab it out in the courtyard, but feel free to grab more free drinks from the bar until then, and just, schmooze, talk, use those little small talk prompts if you want, and we'll be back at 6 p.m. For more music. Yeah!
The like, we'll call it maybe room sound, and it's the black magic. Not sure, sorry.
Something's.
It's me. I don't understand what it's metering, but...
Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, if you want just anything, you could send the MacBook mic.
Well, I can go on
Spotify or whatever.
Why am I going to the other computer? I don't have a Spotify account there, but I can go to.
So if I just go outside and listen on my phone and see if anything's coming out.
No, it'd have to be that, but I've turned that off, so I don't even know how it could be that now.
I just heard myself saying, I'm going to go outside and just...
Oh!
sovereignty and compact. To the what? To the what? To the labor. It's not my job to hold your hand. To the what? To the labor. Labor. I don't educate one damn man. To the what? To the labor. To the man who can be your best friend. To the work, to the work, to the labor. To the work, to the work, to the labor. To the what? To the labor. To the labor. To the what? To the what? To the labor. To the labor. To the what? To the what? To the labor. To the labor. To the what? To the work, to the work, to the labor. To the work, to the work, to the
notes and cacophonous noise. I've got a mind like a shopping center food court. If there's a sky, she's got a name I can't recall. Suit of armor sits so heavy, moves so loud to protect the flesh underneath the shroud. How do you remember everything? How do you remember everything? How do you
Blacker the berry, sweeter the fruit. We're not for your consumption, but we're looking cute. Blacker the berry, sweeter the fruit. We're not for your consumption, but we're looking cute. This you can't dispute. Black or magic, brown queen. White supremacist beauty has been. Black or magic, brown queens, white supremacist beauty standards has been.
If beauty ain't what we see, the concepts are enemy. If beauty ain't what we are, by definition it's gone scarred. It's gone scarred. By definition it's gone scarred. If beauty ain't what we see, the concepts are enemy. If beauty ain't what we are, cheeks in our flesh. I hear our ancestors speak divine melanin, the gift of our kin in our flesh. I hear our ancestors speak the curve of your thighs, the chub of my cheeks in our flesh. I hear our ancestors speak divine melanin, the gift of our kin. Black girl magic, brown queens, white supremacist beauty has been. Black girl magic, brown queens, white supremacist beauty standards has been. Divine melanin, the gift of our kin.
Is the
you to be waiting on me like I do. And it's no secret you're on my mind. You're heavy on me like last night's wine. Pour me out and leave me behind like you always do. You do. Me and my self-control, we have no shame. I know that when you call, I'll answer anyway. And it's no secret you're on my mind. Heavy on me like last night's wine. Now I know I'm wasting my time on you. Me and my self-control, we have no shame. I know that when you call, I'll answer anyway. Me and my self-control, we have no shame. I know that when you call, I'll answer anyway.
Wait for me, wait. Wait for me, wait. Wait for me, wait. Wait for me. Then I awoke.
obviously no stronger than what I've previously shown. It's not an identity crisis. I guess I needed a change. 'Cause when it comes down to this, who am I to blame? I guess this is where it all comes crashing down. Tell me it'll pass and I'll be okay. How do I get in these situations anyway? What it feels real, only this I know. I need control and the truth to show. All that I need, you complete
Tell me invisible, guess that's my superpower. Time divisible by spoon straw full of limits for my hours. Capacity a high full drains all my existence while I push and over vex myself. With sheer persistence that's rewarded, 'cause the system don't count me as relevant, valued or included, less my labor is self-evident. Nothing but a burden if my time ain't seen as fruitful. So much unburning just to rest or be unuseful. Distress and Serena, caving walls unseen, collapse behind as you take off what I can't do.
Carry my dreams on a tiny spoon, drip, drip, those drugs drip under my shoes, and what's inside could eat you alive. How dare you act surprised when I'm still lying in the dark, winding up my heart to stay in time with you, but I never do.
Tick, tick, rematch, refill again. Tick, tick, a crack, crib, glitch. Again, again, again. What you send my static, recouping, it leaves me manic. Unproductive, causing panic. Flames are ablers and my fanic. 'Cause of capitalist planet, this shit's woven in the fabric, planet. It takes root toxic weeds, self-hating group masking ticks, and pain to boot. We're both chronic and acute. Flesh prison, a hot mess. Shame strain like an abscess. What time are you? It's maths that I can't do.
Pop glass to get open around the world before your sun goes out. The weapons inside could keep me alive. Imagine if you tried.
again. Tick tick, rematch, refill again. Tick tick, a crack privilege again. Again, again, again.
Xenophobic paranoia take people, lock them up forever on some brute, lethal fear campaign, bureaucratic mental bricks of rhetoric and blame.
For the folks off the boat seeking freedom from stripes and human rights, why else would they be risking their life? All I know is it's outrageous when courageous sons and daughters crossing waters now living in cages for ages, waiting while we conversating, arguing, debating on what's a real Australian or who's just faking or not assimilating more, who's on the roof, hunger striking to their life aboard, while circle goes berserker with their pepper spray, politicking politicians wishing it would go away, but the issue sustains as long as people do manage to escape the weight of a dictator's boot, to be processed and held hostage by attitudes. We all vote people in less indigenous group, many whom still treated like refugees on their own land. Intervention down under and underhand, it ain't just here, we know it's many places. Plenty worse, serving up a racist matrix, claiming case review on an individual basis, feeding prison CEO individual pay slips as days rip to years on the calendar. Tension builds and builds till Christmas becomes a Hanukkah. So add it up, we got enough space here to house a bit more action, compassion, and less tears before the overseers, equating life with the lotto. Indiscriminate, indeterminate, incommunicado be the motto of the policy employed, but that ain't good enough for our future to be enjoyed. How about we take people, welcome them like we would want next sequel, balance like the equinox. The truth is lethal for the ones who want it caged up, placed behind barbed wire, wired up with that same old hate, evil, xenophobic paranoia take people, lock them up forever on some root, lethal fear campaign, bureaucratic mental bricks of rhetoric and blame. Though we all equal, rarely does it manifest when more people living under mad oppression, fenced in, denied their request, for the wicked no rest, nor for us to protest.
Breaks my heart to leave you, I grieve too. Every soul I pass through, they can't come to. In a box watching the clock still block, you know I feel you. In a camp waiting a stamp to go, but only where they say so. I know you pray to, you wanna run away to. From the pain, can't explain, we're detained, verging on the insane, the same blood in our veins. Why can't I go but you still remain, still remain, still remain. So many people, I know we're all equal with the hand of life dealt you skin lethal. I don't wanna leave you to die, depression, violence, suicide on the inside, behind razor wide teeth, wide red tape, hands tied, souls in limbo, lost in others' lies. These are human beings, can you hear their cries? Hear their cry.
Hate, evil, xenophobic paranoia
Your boy Racerage, Jamaica Moana. You remember about our struggle when the 27th hits? When that post that you retweeted starts a dwindling like so shit? When that dopamine's receded from those validating clicks? And you're looking for what's trending and on brand you pulled a dip. The difference of positions not the same. For Cruelers versus Goskin in the game. Come back out when the shit brings down the pain. The weather friends that vanish in the rain. A party of performativity. Simple sick with tokenistically. Attention seeking kinda sickens me. Put your back into some authenticity. We don't want no lukewarm allies, we want an accomplice. Comrades come to do the work that we want to accomplish. Liberation bound up, no agenda, here subconscious. Respecting our autonomy, our sovereignty and compass. To the what? To the labor, it's not my job to hold your hand. To the labor, to the labor, educate the ones in there. To the labor, who can be your best friend. To the labor, to the labor, to the one that ends. To the labor, to the labor, to the what, to the what, to the labor, to the labor, to the what, to the what, to the labor, to the labor, to the what, to the what, to the labor, to the labor, to the what, to the what, to the labor, to the labor, to the what, to the what, to the labor, to the labor, to the what. This ally ship you're trying on. Collect black friends like Pokemon. This Jigglypuff is hella sick of being touted as the mouthy one. Click to visit, are you in it for the clout? Are your actions matching politics you spout? Did you even read the article before you liked it, shared it, echoed, silent shout? Don't want no lukewarm allies, we want an accomplice. Comrades come to do the work that we want to accomplish. Liberation bound up, no agenda, here subconscious. Respecting our autonomy, our sovereignty and compass.
Now I know there are people that need to educate themselves just a little bit. Actually, a lot. Racerage, let's do this.
Yeah.
Standing proud and yes, it's hard to miss. Always bowing to indigenous. For you, empathy is intricate. Understanding is so intimate. Couldn't see, but now you're fixing it. Performativity, your time to quit. The feeling's real, it makes it adequate. If it's genuine, immaculate. I've been over here and I've been doing all of that. All these people say they're for it, but I tell them go relax. It's happy at the front, but I be pushing to the back. They be always taking from us like I'm dealing with my tax. How you over here and say you on the same page? Never are committed, never stay engaged. Always do the most, keeping us enraged. Why ain't working with mini on Project Racerage?
We don't want no lukewarm allies, we want an accomplice. Comrades come to do the work that we want to accomplish. Liberation bound up, no agenda, here subconscious. Respecting our autonomy, our sovereignty and compass. To the what?
To the what?
To the labor.
Labor.
It's not my job to hold your hand.
To the what?
To the labor.
Labor.
I don't educate the ones in there.
To the what?
To the labor.
Labor.
To the who can be your best friend.
To the work, to the labor. To the work, to the work, to the labor.
To the what? To the labor. To the labor. To the what? To the what? To the labor. To the labor. To the what? To the what? To the labor. To the labor. To the what?
To the work, to the work, to the labor. To the work, to the work, to the labor.
To the what? To the labor. To the labor. To the what? To the what? To the labor. To the labor. To the what? To the what? To the labor. To the labor. To the what? To the what? To the labor. To the labor. To the what? Labor. Labor. Work. Labor. Labor. Work. Labor. Labor. Work. Labor. Labor.
Gold shine in the murky water, glistening diamonds on random street corners. Treasure chest of hope waiting to be discovered. Uncover, undercover, below the radar, big brother. When we start picking on each other, tell the world that we love her. Tell the world, tell the world. Little bit bit of gold shine in the murky water, glistening diamonds on random street corners. Treasure chest of hope waiting to be discovered. Uncover, undercover, below the radar. Big brother, when we start picking on each other, tell the world that we love her. Tell the world, tell the world.
Let them know, let them know. Find the key like DMT to Terrence McKenna. Searching for them sacred blue apples on life's adventures. Unlock our blocks way we really truly meant to. Propel our present and carry on, still remember. History stolen by mad rulers with cruel agendas. Pretending they superior, fearing that we surrender. Either let them get us penned up or pen up. We ink filling pages on stages with lasers like lyric Tesla. Breaking ground with the sound of an earth tremor. Enter the calm before the storm, we in the center. Universal dispersal of data in a sense of flux. In amongst and ups and downs, seems you got stuck. So we here to unstuck ya, till you be yelling. Yeah, this higher than upper echelons in their deck chairs. Uppercut with a subsonic ruckus to chase them up the stairs. Reclaiming our resources and sharing them till them get there. Only diamond with mine and no finding is the one within. May it never dim to me, it's so magnificent. You may try to deny it, though trust me, it's evident. When I light up shining brighter than any halogen. Only diamond with mine and no finding is the one within. May it never burn out, no, may it never get dim. When I'm like a diamond gem, like mad money making. But when I'm breaking bread with friends and all the money in demand.
In the darkest place, I find the sweetest things in the roughest face. A smile can bring warmth to the heart, light to the dark, an angelic spark. It'll leave its mark. War and stark, angry dogs bark. Dogs smell fear, but there ain't none here. Tell the world, tell the world. Tell the world that we love her.
When do we truly know who we are? When do we truly realize we are? When do we truly know who we are? Then and only then can we start moving, improving, let's all in. When do we truly realize we are messengers with purpose, one song path, each one of us doing our. When do we truly know who we are? Then and only then can we start moving, improving, let's all in. When do we truly realize we are messengers with purpose, one song path, each one of us doing our part.
There is no limit to the caring we should have for all living and all life and each other. There should never be any limit.
Tell the world that we love her. Tell the world, tell the world. Tell the world, tell the world. Tell the world, tell the world. Tell the world, tell the world.
Worldwide. 1, 3, 1, 2. Let's go.
Rebel Diaz, Race Rage. That's me. G1, Podstars, Race Rage.
Diaz. Come on.
Let's go. Clip clop, charters trot out their tired lines. Checkered tape, flapping free while black bodies lay still in binds. So all we can do is try, draw their damage to a close. When I spot that DB van, step up and draw in close. From your pocket, pull a phone. It's alright, you gotta know what the upper hand is up to. Hopefully they throw less death blows under scrutiny. With cop watching community and neighborhood in mutiny. Push back against the force.
We won't stand by allowing skins slip by the course. White supremacy
yo, fuck the police, that's my everyday motto. All they do is roll on us and they always act hostile. I turn on my camera and I press record, making sure to document and keep my people informed. This my weapon now, call it my balance of power. Cause you know that they be lying and you know that they cowards. The big shooting killers, then the media kills our character. So we cop watch so we can change the narrative. I'm trying to make sure we safe, make sure we brave, make sure we fight that we can never be slaves again. It's crazy how they kill us and they still get paid again. The families remain in a state of pain.
We got our eyes on them, we're watching what they do. Cause true God, you best believe that beady eyes follow you. Got our eyes on them, we're watching what they do. Cause true God, you best believe that beady eyes follow you. Cop watch, cop watch, cop watch. Oh, another Kevlar coated knee pushed hard into a back. Another prisoner prone gasping to fill their lungs crushed flat. Another nightmare hitting beats familiar, join the staff. But when the sun sets on the skipping record sap react. Who's gonna cop the flag? Who's gonna cop the flag? Sick of the melanated target practice on my back. Sick of the stomach lurches, red and blue lights past the flats. Who will we find spilled beneath this trigger happy pack?
Baby, now you're wildin' in the streets for too long. So you know I gotta feel police. So hold on, hold on.
Say it with me now. Am I free to go? Cause it's info that the pigs, they don't want you to know. Yeah, say it with me now. Am I free to go? Just give your name and your ID, then no comment, no. You say it with me now. Am I free to go? Cause it's info that the pigs, they don't want you to know. Yeah, say it with me now. Am I free to go? Just give your name and your ID, then no comment, no.
Come on. Am I free to go? Am I free to go?
I've sunk my way into oblivion, falling out and crawling round, picking up the pieces of my skin that I allowed into your possession. And I gave it up so easy, think you try to please me, but that's changing minute by minute now. Minute by minute by minute now. Minute by minute by minute by minute now. Minute by minute by minute by minute now. Minute by minute by minute by. If it could be what I wanted, if I could what I wanted from you, and if I could give and not send you running, if I could feel and not see this coming. After the dust settles, I'll turn my face up again. My eyes are wet and full of grit. It's building up my airways so that nothing else will fit. So navigate the pain now. Cause you put yourself here and you know the end is near. You're getting close to a reckoning. Minute by minute by minute by minute by minute by minute by minute now.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Annabelle and Gemma are my sisters' names.
What does it mean when you appear out of the blue?
On my mum's side, and I've got two half brothers on my dad's side.
Chrysanthemums, holding carnations.
So many cousins on that side.
I know what it is I have to do. How do I walk back to before my birth and bend my knees and pluck my seed from the earth?
Maybe 45 if we can do it.
I dream about the things that live under the
Just start at 6:05.
rising like springs that try to grow up.
2, 4, low, chokes.
Soil encrusted on the cover of my heart.
Hello.
Dry petals pressed between
2,
pages.
yeah. Just get a little bit of me anywhere. I don't have fallback. Okay. I might not sing.
Girl, there's a fire burning. There's a fire burning in my heart. And I knew.
If this is your first band you're going to see today, we will be the best band you've seen today.
Rock and roll. On your own horn.
On that note, could also be the worst band you've seen today.
Hello.
No. We've got 4 minutes, so we don't know what to do.
Unless we just say.
Are we checking? Are we
Unless we just start
half
now.
a song? No.
Yeah, bucket hat, Roy.
Broke my heart, Sam.
No, well, I did have a broken heart, but that was last year. But it's been fixed now.
So this is going out online too, so I think there's a few extra technical difficulties.
I fixed it. It was fixed when I was able to finally say a proper goodbye to my grandfather after the Delta lockdown. He died at the start of it. Yes, Roy. But I've never had a broken bone. My baby boy.
Yes, Could we please get maybe like half a song just to get everything sort of nice, and then we'll go from there. Excellent.
Are you a soldier who wants keyboard, please?
Yeah, someone.
Well, just alright, relax.
What happened?
Keep talking. This is why we do a sound check.
So, no, I was sounding fine and someone fiddled with something.
Can we get some more keyboard in the fallback, please?
It was fine.
Oh,
Oh. No, it was. Yeah, that's much better.
And
Yeah,
Mike and singing. A few pleasantries, thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm feeling alive. 6, 7. There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
The difficult vocalists. The beautiful drummers.
Yes.
Yeah, you be happy.
Yeah, everyone, Rory, you got a drink there?
Yes, right at my foot there.
Yeah.
I was gonna eat one of those. Like, I mean, like, for the beginner one. Yeah. It's a good one to have it. Yeah, so I reckon this is good. This is in my city rig. I fall back from work.
Yeah.
DI. And then if I do have an amp, I can just pull it in and...
Feel alright, Ross?
Yep.
Oh, yep. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, no, this one, I reckon. Behind the cloak. Thank you, Celeste. Oh, really? We'll try not to swear tonight.
Yeah, we'll try and keep it as clean as we can.
Fuck it.
Anyway, we don't want to be running late, so let's get. But then 95% of rock and roll runs late, so.
Close my eyes.
Yes, we are going to start with a song that. Oh, sorry, I wasn't aware of that. I'm confused.
Hello, 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 hello. Welcome back to everybody who is here. I am Rosie Roulette, so you may not have seen me before because this is my first time on the stage. So that would make sense. Before I introduce myself any further, I just wanted to quickly go over a few things. I think I might have left some of these notes off stage. But I know, I'm sorry, Rory. But that's because they were in my email and not here. But what we do know is we've got free drinks at the bar. We've got the sensory safe space just down the hall, out there, down the hall and to your right. And we are obviously very happy to have you here. Now, I think we should just go straight into introducing this incredible band that is here on stage, who are here to share their music with you. They are one of Australia's most unique independent rock acts. Their tagline is creating something from nothing, but I, just meeting them today, can tell you that they've already had something all along, and I'm pretty sure that they've turned that something into something incredible. And this group of wacky rockers are just wonderfully, wonderfully diversely able to just absolutely, so they have been through all this amazing stuff from 14 international tours in 11 countries, and they have also been the first independent band to receive an invitation to perform at the United Nations in New York. They have a lot of credits to their name, but without further ado, we are just going to quickly describe this wonderful band here. We have got Rory here, who is the lead vocalist. They are wearing a wonderful striped shirt with a green shirt underneath, and they've got a fantastic necklace on as well, which has a, what was it?
A traffic light.
A traffic light on it, which is obviously very in themed with today. We have another gentleman over on lead guitar. That is David, the guitarist. He has got a black guitar strapped onto him, and he is wearing a white plaid shirt and black grey jeans.
And we covered there with the traffic lights because his amp's got a red light and a green light, and the valves at the back of it glow orange.
Brilliant. So we're keeping that in theme as well. And we've got Josh on bass. He's got a red, hello, he's got a red bass on him, and he's also got a very funky pink flamingo shirt on. And he's also got cool glasses on as well. And then we've got Rowan on drums. Rowan, yes. And there's a very cool sparkly drum kit. It's a silver sparkly drum kit, and he is wearing a white shirt with a periodic symbol on there which says Grantium. I'm not quite sure what that's meant. What's that mean?
Yeah, we're about to find out.
We're about to find out. Oh, that's a spoiler. My apologies. And last but certainly not least, we have Sam, the band hype man, who is down in front of the stage wearing a magnificent black cape, and I'm pretty sure he's ready to hype us all up here today. So without further ado, I give to you Rudely Interrupted.
Well, thank you. I said before, if this is the first band you've seen today, this will be the best band you've seen today. That's me blowing my own horn, isn't that right?
Yeah. Yeah, that came about when my grandfather used to, when he would cook, he would say, "Is that good?" And my grandmother would say, blowing it, because men blow their own horns.
Here's play some rock and roll. Thank you very much. What are we going to start with?
We are, Sam,
Close my eyes.
button your lip. We're going to play a song that landed us in Singapore and won us a Cannes Award, top 20 hit in Luxembourg. As Sam rather rudely interrupted us, but was correct in pointing out it's called Close My Eyes. Just make sure we stay true to our name, I guess. do as you probably could tell, I do not like when things run late. So we are going to do a song that Rowan and I wrote while I was waiting for a cab that was running very late. In the end, we wanted to keep on going.
It was a hard day, I remember.
I believe the song's called I Am Alive.
At least we're alive, Rory.
Take it away, buddy. Yeah, you start off and then we... Yes, as Rowan rightly said, we're all alive. I'm falling apart, my head is aching. I need a new heart, 'cause this one's breaking. I'm falling apart. I need a new heart. But I am alive. I am alive. I follow my mind. Yeah, I follow my mind. The rain is gone, the sky is clearing. The pain in my heart is disappearing. The rain is gone. No, the pain is gone and I'm moving on. And I am alive. I am alive. I follow my mind. Yeah, I follow my mind. All right, let's play it, boys. I'm falling apart, my head is aching. I need a new heart, 'cause this one's breaking. I'm falling apart. Yeah, I need a new heart. But I'm alive. You know we're feeling alive. I follow my mind. You gotta follow your mind. The rains are gone, the skies are clearing. The pain in my heart is disappearing. The rains are gone. You know the pain is gone and I'm moving on. And I am alive. We are speaking to the mic, Burnside. We are going to do the song that kicked everything off for us. As you are probably aware, I had a broken heart in July last year when my grandfather died during lockdown. So when I first met Rowan, we had a conversation in which I asked, can you really die from a broken heart? And you know what? Scientifically, it's been proven you can. And so this song is one that stood the test of time. It is called Don't Break My Heart.
Happy song about sad times, we say.
That's correct.
So it's got a cape on, yes, it's got the heart on it, hasn't it? It's twisted, it's been all around the world. It smells a bit like...
Rock and roll. Can you really die from a broken
calculus? Roy, is that vodka?
Lemonade.
Been telling that joke for 16 years.
Yeah.
It's really crap.
Yeah, and it's worn a little thin.
Stop saying it.
We're going to do a song we wrote following some interesting adventures with the lady we used to know who loved calculus and she loved drinking tea. Hence we called the song Calculus and Tea.
Genius.
She loves calculus, drinking tea. So I miss her, she would like to hear. She's such a builder voice, a huge choice, and helps you find the right connection. Yeah, your life's direction. Now anything is possible. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. She loves calculus, drinking tea. So I misses her, and she misses me. And she said we're here to help those in need and change their worlds for the better. We're all in this together. Now anything is possible. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. She loves calculus, drinking Now anything is possible. Anything is possible. Anything is
No heart attack, Sam?
No, he's still alive.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if any of you have heard about the late Wall Street CEO Bernie Madoff, or it's pronounced Madoff. Well, he ran a Ponzi scheme to the tune of $64 billion.
Whoa.
And so we couldn't help but write a song about him. So we called it Bernie Madoff. He went to jail and he died.
Oh, two.
Bernie Madoff with millions. Bernie Madoff, Madoff. Bernie Madoff with millions. Yeah, he made off with Madoff. He made off with millions. And took with a swillion. He made off with millions. And took with a swillion. Made off with billions.
Interpretation. The King Like King, yeah? The King Like King. There we go. Thanks, Sam.
Hey, I'm sure if there's kids out here in the audience tonight, well, kids and adults, I'm sure you will all recognise this song when we started. Heard of MGMT? You recognise this song? Yeah, instant response. When you were a child, crawling on your knees toward it, making mama so proud, but your voice is too loud. We like to watch you laughing, insects off plants, no time to think of consequences. Control yourself. Take only what you need from it. A family of trees wanted to be haunted. Control yourself. Take only what you need from it. A family of trees wanted to be haunted. The water is warm, but it's sending me shivers. A baby's born, crying out for attention. The memories fade, like looking through a fog mirror. Decisions are made, not fought, but I thought these would hurt a lot. I guess not. Control yourself. Take only what you need from it. A family of trees wanted to be haunted. Control yourself. Take only what you need from it. A family of trees wanted to be haunted. Let's go. Control yourself. Take only what you need from it. A family of trees wanted to be haunted. Control yourself. Take only what you need from it. A family of trees wanted to be haunted. Control yourself. Take only what you need from it. A family of trees wanted to be haunted. One more time. Control yourself. Take only what you need from it. A family of trees. Next.
It's alright, it's Christmas when we play, isn't it?
It always is. What do you call a woman whose loves Christmas? Carol. Well, I think it's a newie.
New for us.
Yeah, new for us, I mean.
Which one?
We are going to do a song about being able to let go of your self-doubts and just keep going when things aren't working for you. Yes, and you know what? You just need to tell yourself you're smarter than what you really are so you can get through tough times.
Soldier on.
Yes. We're next going to do a song about a lizard. It's an ode to a lizard, but it's also a song about hope. Rowan ran over a blue-tongued lizard on the way to a rehearsal one day. But this blue-tongued lizard was very special and it survived.
Its tail grew back. It's not so special, but yeah.
Yeah. Lizard. I ran over a lizard on the way to work. Ran over a lizard on the way to work. Something tells me you got a great big fight. Something tells me he's gonna be alright. Another one. comes, let him slither on by. What did he say?
He stuck his tongue out. I bit his tongue. Too much lizarding.
We are going to do a song that took us a long time to write. I think it was the most difficult song to write. It's very topical at the moment because of all the floods and fires we've had all around the country and about climate change. Hence we called it is a climate emergency, so hence we call this song Emergency.
All in?
Yep.
Took us out way beyond the wavelength, where the ocean seems so blue. Not to make the land to the lake, where it helps to keep the rain. We all feel the same. We all sing one line. Smoking skies, Amazon's burning, and the world is hurting. It's the planet we call home. It's the only earth we know. I said the only earth we know. And it helps to ease up the heat. We all feel the same. We all sing one line. Uh-oh.
Emergency.
Code blue. Code blue.
Code red.
No, a code blue is a medical emergency in hospital terms. We have two more songs for you. Yes, they're both in the key of D. The first one is one that I wrote a bunch of lyrics for while Rowan was recuperating from a broken foot. And so I brought in these lyrics to him. In the end, we got two songs out of it. This song is about love, but it's also about learning from your mistakes and taking your opportunities when they present themselves. I believe this song is called Love You Till I Die. And it goes a lot like this. I lost you, I thought that I might be okay, but I was just And it would be very remiss of me not to thank Arts Access Victoria for making this evening possible.
And always live.
And always live.
And Victoria and you guys and us and that.
You know what? You wouldn't think we'd spent 262 days in lockdown. Now, to close our set out, we're going to do a song that, well, I wanted to say I wrote in my sleep, but it was about a dream I had, and so I woke up and wrote these lyrics and, you know, put some music to it, and 10 minutes later I had a song, and it was at the other end of the extreme to emergency. This was the easiest song we've ever written. It's about love. I believe it's called No Goodbyes. In fact, I know it's called No Goodbyes. And it goes a lot like this. Girl, there's a fire burning. There's a fire burning in my heart. You right from the very start, that you and me would never part. Girl, I can't get you. I can't get you off my mind. You're the only woman of your kind. This love real, no goodbye. I said this love real, no goodbyes. Girl, I've been waiting for someone like you. Give me love so strong and true. When I'm down, you see me through. So this love's real, no goodbyes. I said this love's real, no goodbyes. All right. Girl, there's a fire burning. There's a fire burning in my heart. And you right from the very start, that you and me would never part. So this love's real, no goodbye. I said this love's real, no goodbyes. I said sad, yes, goodbyes. One more time. I said this love's real, there's no goodbyes. We might think we've got time for one more song. So we're going to finish off with a cover. It's from the movie Valley Girl. Yep, anyone seen that movie? This song is called Melt With You. It goes a lot like this.
Psychedelic Furs, actually, they're out here at the moment, aren't they? Anyone know Psychedelic Furs?
It's my country, you know Psychedelic Furs? Yeah, old enough? Awesome, yep.
1983, this was the soundtrack to a movie called Valley Girl, and I was in love with my brother's girlfriend at the time. So the song's really stuck with us, and it's a beautiful song. It's called Melt With You, and this is Sam Beck. It's not it's not your song, but you can. Okay. Sam Beck, all the way from Kinglake.
futures open wide. Yeah. I'll stop the world and help you. Difference and it's getting better all the time. There's nothing new and I won't do. I'll stop the world and help you. I'll stop the world and help you. We see the difference and it's getting better all the time. There's nothing new and I won't do. I'll stop the world and help you. Thank you.
Yes. Wonderful. Please show your appreciation one last time for the internationally acclaimed rock superstars that are rudely interrupted. You don't have any more encores in you, I'm assuming, Rory? Is that it? Amazing. Well, that was incredible. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, up next is our final, but last but not least, performance and act of the night. You may know them as June Jones. Yes. Now she is going to need a little bit of time whilst we clear the space and get ready for her. But in the meantime, you've got me to fill some time, so I'm sorry. I would also like to take this opportunity to apologise to our interpreter who has to interpret my bumble brain words. All right, so there are 3 things you need to know about me, really. There are just 3 main things other than me being a bumble brain. And those 3 things are, I'm queer, I'm disabled, and I'm dangerous. All right, I like to say that I'm dangerous because it adds an air of mystery and intrigue to my title. Like that one guy in every single high school movie that you've ever seen that the main character is always warned to stay away from because they're a delinquent, they're dangerous, they're no good. And somehow, that just makes her and every girl watching that movie want him more. So I say that I'm dangerous, but really the only danger I pose is to myself. Because when you have a connective tissue disorder like I do, every day is like spinning a wheel, a roulette wheel, if you will. It's in my name. And, it can only take one misstep, and my kneecap is off on its own journey, completely somewhere else, the opposite direction from the rest of my body. And that's all it takes, just one misstep. I also have ADHD, you might have noticed, OCD, anxiety, and I am an introvert by nature. So what that means is my joints go out more than I do. So basically me, I'm here, I'm queer, and my joint pain is moderate to severe. That's all you need to know about me. So I'm going to do a little bit of that housekeeping since I found my notes from earlier, just to give you all of the information that you need. So just to remind you that the event rules are no drugs, smoke, or alcohol. You can use the quiet space and courtyard out that way, and then come back to the music market after. However, you will need your wristband to get back inside. The quiet space, as I mentioned before, is located at the Composite, which is just down the hall at the back. And the bathrooms are located near the same area down the hall. They are accessible and gender neutral. And there is still that free water and soft drinks at the bar, so please make use of that because I know I am. And also, if you need any help or want to ask any questions, there are staff at the bar and the info desk and in the courtyard. They are wearing shirts with the Snug Rock logo on it. There are also icebreaker cards I have heard around with some small talk questions. So if you need help breaking the ice with some of your fellow people here today, I would make use of those because I am terrible at breaking the ice. Also, last but not least, there are QR codes around the room if you would like to use the captions on your phone. All right, how are we doing here? We've still got a few things to pack up. So I guess I'm just going to have a story time. These boots, I'm going to tell you, because I didn't give my audio description earlier, I'm going to tell you what I'm wearing because I think the outfit needs a little bit of love and attention. Thank you. One person loves it, and that's all I need. I love your hair, by the way. Oh, thank you. It's a wig. So, I have established that I am wearing a wig. It is a pink wig. It's a lace front wig, and that means... Oh, bless you, love me. Thank you very much. I am wearing drag-inspired makeup. I am a drag and cabaret artist. I have big lashes on and pink eyeshadow and black lips. My whole outfit is pink and black.
So I have the pink wig, which is nice and curly, and I have a black head dress on, and then we've got a very sparkly leotard over a black leotard because I love layers. And we've got some very nice sheer flowy sleeves on both arms. And then I've got two mismatching stockings. One is white and pink, the other black and white, and then down to those boots that I mentioned, sparkly pink to match the bodysuit. I am also a white femme presenting person with they them pronouns. And that's my audio description. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Hello. Oh, and my stick. I always forget my stick. My walking stick is pink, and I have decorated it with iridescent, sparkly tape because I always personalize my mobility aids. Anybody who's ever walked into my house has seen and been greeted with a rainbow array of walking sticks in basically every color you can imagine, which are perfectly positioned in an umbrella stand, which will never see an umbrella. I like to obviously match my walking and mobility aids to all of my outfits. So we're getting near the time. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about June, though we will still need about 10 minutes before they are able to come out. I would love to tell you all about her since she is incredible. Obviously, Nam based. Oh no, my little thing that I was going to put it on is gone. That's fair. Alt pop singer, songwriter, producer, and shapeshifter. We love shapeshifters. Jones has made a name for herself with her distinctive lyrics, unique voice, and captivating live performances, which we are so happy that you're about to see very soon. Her third album, Pop Music for Normal Women, was released recently on September the 23rd and is informed by her history as a confessional songwriter reflecting on her experiences of neurodivergence and transness. She has been touring around the country recently, which is very exciting, with her new album tour, most recently back from Nipaluna, Hobart, I believe, and will be indulging us soon with her distinctive sound of wry humor, bouncing synths, and anthem-style choruses, a sound which is entirely her own. So hold fire, she will be coming in about 5 to 10 minutes. All right? I encourage you to take... I can't do my bumble brain again. I encourage you to take advantage of the bar, and we will see you soon.
absence of anything, to look at you and feel nothing. To look at you, feel the absence of anything. To look at you and feel nothing. To look at you, feel the absence of anything. To look at you and feel nothing. To look at you, feel the absence of anything. To look at you and feel. You have no idea. You have no idea. You have no idea. You have no idea.
Have you ever wondered what it means to fall in love? To have that special someone you're always thinking of, someone you can trust. I want to thank you for giving me a second chance. I want to thank you, and I hope you understand that I never meant to say those things. I was wasted, I was off my head. I want to thank you for a brand new start. Have you ever wondered how it feels to lose someone? To feel the emptiness of your heart's broken trust. I want to thank you for giving me a second chance. I want to thank you, and I hope you understand that I never meant to say those things. I was wasted, I was off my head. I want to thank you for a brand new start. 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 For a brand new start.
looking for my crew? Could that be you? Could that be you? Could that be you? Does your brain work like this too? Could that be you? 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 Could that be? Could that be you? I'm out here looking for my crew. Could that be you? Could that be you? Could that be you? Out here looking for my crew. Could that be?
Hello, hello. Did you want to test the vocals? Yeah? Cool. Do you want them alone or with the track? With the track? Cool. Do you want to just play that again? I want to be the most beautiful woman that you've ever seen, and if I can't be her, then I'll settle for being happy. I know you when. Cool. I might just get my vocals up a tiny bit in the fold back, please. Thanks. All right, should we start? Hello. Hi, everyone. How's it going? My name is June Jones, and I'd like to start by acknowledging that we are gathered on the stolen land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nations. I'd like to pay my respects to elders past and present and any First Nations people here today, and acknowledge that sovereignty over this land has never been ceded. Thank you all for being here, both in person and I believe there's a live stream running as well, which is awesome because that means my grandma gets to watch. So hi, Grandma. And yeah, we're gonna play some songs. So this first one is a track called Hello. Hi.
Apologies. Hello. I just wanted to quickly do your audio description
Sure,
before
yes.
you start, and also give you the loud introduction that you very much
You
deserve.
don't have to do the introduction, but the audio description sounds great.
Yeah, I'll just say that it's you. That's a good intro. All right, so welcome back. We've obviously got the incredible June Jones with us. We've got her in an incredible Camilla Soprano white shirt and pink shorts. And she has wonderful blonde hair and sunglasses, black sunglasses on. And accompanying June on stage, we've got Seth, who is the guitarist, and they are wearing a striped grey shirt, a chain around their neck, and also Adidas pants. Fantastic. And wearing a black face mask. And they are wearing on their person, they have got a green guitar, a very funky green guitar that is possibly one of the coolest guitars I've ever seen. I honestly love that. And on Seth's right, they have a little key synthy thing, which I definitely know what it's called. And once again, please give it all your appreciation. Please give all your appreciation to the magnificent alt pop sensation, June Jones.
All right, I jumped the gun. We weren't playing a song just yet, but I think now we will. Yeah, so this is a song off my new record. This song's called Gamer. Enjoy. Can I get my fold back up a bit? Living my life in the fast lane, watching the world through a glass screen anyway. All the cars fly right past me, all the things. I'm a gamer, baby, so why don't you kill me? I never really figured out which one was the real me. I'm a gamer, baby, so why don't you kill me? I never really figured out which one was the real me. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. My health goes down, but I feel nothing. I play my hand, but I was bluffing anyway. Deliver me a blow so crushing. I was never really worth loving anyway. I'm a gamer, baby, so why don't you kill me? I never really figured out which one was the real me. I'm a gamer, baby, so why don't you kill me? I never really figured out which one was the real me. I'm a gamer, baby, so why don't you kill me? Never really figured out which one was the real me. I'm a gamer, baby, so why don't you kill me? I never really figured out which one was the real me. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer, 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 gamer. I'm a gamer. Thank you so much. Yes, this next song is about fashion, and I'd like to dedicate it to the person who just before asked me if my name was Jim Jones. It's not, it's June Jones. So this is a song about fashion. I'll just become a hoodie girl. I'll live my life like I'm a hoodie girl. Being a hoodie girl is beautiful to me. I'll live my life like I'm a hoodie girl. must be ugly, nothing much worth seeing. I guess I'll just become a hoodie girl. I'll live my life like I'm a hoodie girl. Being a hoodie girl is beautiful to me. I'll live my life like I'm a hoodie girl. I want to feel good, or at least feel nothing at all. My body is too big, or the world is too small. I guess I'll just become a hoodie girl. I'll live my life like I'm a hoodie girl. How much surgery do I need before I can just live my life like I'm a hoodie girl? I guess I'll just become a hoodie girl. I'll live my life like I'm a hoodie girl. Being a hoodie girl is beautiful to me. I'll live my life like I'm a hoodie girl. Thank you so much. I apologize if I seem tired. It's only because I am. We've been on tour. We played our 6th show of 8 shows around the country last night, and I usually spend all of my time inside in a very small box, talking to no one, which is how I like to be 90% of the time. But it's nice to be out in the world and going places and meeting people. But it's not my norm, and it takes its toll. But I'm very happy to be here, and this next song is about that little box in which I spend all of my time. Spend the week in my cave, making little noises as I misbehave. Front door is a boulder, I can be the devil on my own shoulder. Hair sprout on my face, screaming little prayers into the pillowcase. New ways of being alone, forgetting how to utilize the telephone. Goblin mindset, got my dial set all the way up to 11. I need a little bit of hell inside of my heaven. I'm tired of hiding the truth, shaving the point off of the end of the tooth. I'm sick of being deceived, and even if you saw me, you wouldn't believe. Start the day with caffeine, I dabble in a little dexamphetamine. Terrorizing myself, living detrimental to my mental health. Goblin mindset, got my dial set all the way up to 11. I need a little bit of hell inside of my heaven.
up to 11. I need a little bit of hell inside of my head. And Goblin mindset got my dice set all the way up to 11. I need a little bit of hell inside of my head. And Goblin mindset got my dice set all the way up to 11. I need a little bit of hell inside of my head. Thank you so much. I find that the more tired I am, the more shy I feel, and there's also a lot of light in this room, and I don't like looking at people's eyeballs when I sing. So I'm going to put on my glasses, and this next song is called Extrovert, and it's a song about going to a party. They used to think I was an extrovert, but I was just afraid of being alone. Coming off of my Alexa Pro, I can't text or talk on the phone. I really wanna go home. At a party trying to talk to you, but the music is way too loud. And these drugs turn to anything, I don't know why I ever go out. I wanna go home. My brain is grating on the holes in the walls of my skull. The pain is greater than any pleasure I've ever known. I used to push my body beyond all the limits that my body had set. Now when my body speaks, I try to listen, I try to respect. I really gotta go home. My brain is grating on the holes in the walls of my skull. The pain is greater than any pleasure I ever known.
really wanna go home. Thank you very much. So I've played you some songs about wanting to be alone and or just being alone, and this is a song about wanting to be around people. Coffee machine harmonizes with the microwave. I don't wanna go to work today, so meet me in the video game, the video game. I designed my character to be mostly true. She knows what she's supposed to do, and she wants for more than to be close to you, be close to you, be close to you. No matter how hard I try, I can never really be her. I feel a human-sized sword, and I miss you more than ever. Why are you so far away? Why are you so far away from me? Why is the distance between us not easily cut through immediately? If I were you, I would know what to do. If only I was there, there with you. If only you were here, I would know what to do. If only I was there, close to you. Coffee machine harmonizes with the microwave, and if I really must dissociate, I'd rather be with my friends at the rave, with my friends at the rave. 'Cause I don't always wanna be alone. I'm sick of living on the telephone. Sometimes I wonder if there's more to life than what we find inside our homes. So why is it so hard to walk out of the door? What if they don't like my kind out there? Show me what for. If only you were here, I would know what to do. If only I was there, there with you. If only you were here, I would know what to do. If only I was there, close to you. If only you were here, I would know what to do. If only I was there, there with you. If only you were here, I would know what to do. If only I was there, close to you. Thank you so much. This next song is a song about friendship, and I'd like to dedicate it to my new friend, Maya. Thank you for being such a lovely person to meet today, and keep an eye out for Maya because she's gonna be a real big pop star soon. I can feel it. And this song is also called My Crew, and we're going to play it now. I'm so sorry, my brain is running at about 8%. Let's rock. Love to rock. Thank you very much. All right, we've got 2 more songs for you. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you to Arts Access Victoria for having us, and Always Live. And it's been a beautiful day. So many amazing artists. I caught Rudely Interrupted, and I was pleasantly normal-rupted. I expected it, and I didn't expect how much I would love and adore it, and it was so good. Okay, these songs are all off my album, Pop Music for Normal Women, which I'm sure by now you've sensed that was the name just from the content of the songs. This song is about being especially normal.
I know I overreacted.
All right, thank you everyone for being here, physically, virtually, psychically, emotionally. It's been beautiful. Thanks for having me. My name is June Jones, and we have one more song for you, which is co-produced by Gary on here. And I want to thank them for joining me on this epic tour we've been on. We're both people who like to not do lots of things, and yet here we are doing lots of things, and it's very challenging, but it's worth it for me. I don't know if it's worth it for you. Thumbs up. All right, we've both been enjoying it. So this is the last song. It's called Motorcycle, and have a beautiful evening after this. Thanks so much for being here.
I regain consciousness with your thighs round my waist. Just practicing your wrestling hold to reassure me. A term of disappointment written on my face. You ask me what's the problem, tell me you adore me. Every day I wake up, I put on my makeup, drape some fabric on this vaguely human frame. My human frame. When the sun is going down, pentagram underground, inject brake fluid directly into my veins.
Wish I was a Kawasaki motorcycle. Every day I wake up and wish I was a lime green machine.
When I was young, I was a sensitive child. I grew to wish that I would never be seen. Now I'm a woman and I long to ascend. Oh, take me up as women do into the realm of machine. Every day I wake up and wish I was a Kawasaki motorcycle. Every day I wake up and wish I was a lime green machine. Every day I wake up and wish I was a Kawasaki motorcycle. Every day I wake up and wish I was a lime green machine. Every day I wake up and wish I was a Kawasaki motorcycle. Every day I wake up and wish I was a lime green machine. Every day I wake up and wish I was a Kawasaki motorcycle. Every day I wake up and wish I was a lime green machine. Thank you so much. Have a beautiful night. Thanks for having us. Thanks to Arts Access, Always Live, and to all of you. Kisses.
Please show your appreciation one last time for June Jones and for Seth. Well, that has been our incredible lineup for the day. Thank you so much for coming here in person and also to all of the people watching on the live stream. We would like to show our appreciation to all of the amazing artists that have performed today. So you have seen just previously Rudely Interrupted and June Jones. And earlier today, we would also like to show appreciation to Half and Half, Huntley, and Racerage. Incredible. And of course, there are more thanks to give because this incredible event, for all ages, accessible, incredible event, wouldn't be able to happen without Arts Access Victoria. And specifically, we would like to give thanks to Artie for organising all of this. Thank you so much, Artie. And also, we would like to show appreciation to Always Live and this venue, the tech people, and to our interpreter, all integral parts of this event. So I have been, yes, beautiful. Show appreciation however you feel and can. I have been, and probably will continue to be, Rosie Roulette. And earlier you had Artemis as the MC as well. We would love to show appreciation to them. So, just a few little housekeeping things for you before you leave. There is a pickup area on 35C Johnston Street. That's where the vehicle entrance is. There will be a staff member there if you need a hand. The courtyard and music market will be open for a little bit longer. The bar will close at 8:30. If you need to speak to a staff member, they will be at the info desks or around wearing their t-shirts with the Snug Rock logo on them. So once again, thank you so much for coming and appreciating all of this wonderful talent that we have been able to provide today. It is a pleasure hosting for you tonight, and it has been one hell of a night. We hope you have enjoyed. So until the next one, and there'll be a next one, won't there? Oh, brilliant. We can't wait for another time. Until next time, thank you so much for coming to Snug Rock.